For pulse oximetry. I think most of you know me, but if not, that's who I am. So today we're going to cover a number of topics for you for territory managers, and I'm sorry that podium is in the way. So there's some other seats over here too. There's a couple here, Mike, if you want. So we're going to go over a couple of different pieces. You have 3 presenters today. All right, well, maybe we could go forward. Oh, it did work. Okay. So yesterday morning, Kendall showed you our portfolio strategy, looking at Nellcor, MicroStream, BIS, and Invos, looking at strategy, messaging. There's a couple of chairs right here, guys, if you want. Our proposition and our tactics. So it's kind of a quick overview of the marketing imperatives for FY14. So Nellcor strategy. Reinvigorate the Nellcor brand and solidify our position in the market. What are we doing? As you saw in the Nellcor Advantage earlier, speed, accuracy, motion are 3 top messages. And then what are we going to be doing? Aggressively executing Project Charles, and that's a name for our internal program that we're launching. Launch new products this year, so we have VitalSync coming out, which you will be receiving training on at a later date. Working on sustainability, and then newborn. And we call it newborn because it's more than just the NICU. Labor and delivery, newborn babies. So we're actually calling everything newborn now. So our top 4 strategic imperatives for FY14. So I think you saw this earlier today. It's our new statement. So our core message. But what we want to look at is superior speed, accuracy, and motion-tolerant performance. That's our key message that you will see on all literature. All of our literature is being redone. So that key message, that overarching message is on each piece of collateral that you will use. So we put together a couple of playbooks. So this is the offense, or the offensive playbook. I know I don't like saying offensive, so I'll just say this is so offensive. So this is the offense. But you can see that we will use the same key messages, fastest to post, superior accuracy, motion tolerant, alarm management, NICU. So those are our positions, and then our message and what we will be doing, target audience, and then the validating resource. What are the resources that support that key message? And that's how we will be on the offense. But at the same time, as we showed you earlier today in the competitive tactics, what to do when Massimo was doing their parlor tricks, as we call them. Tapping the fingers, the water glass, what to do, and what is your message, and how do you respond, and where do you get the resources to respond to these threats, so that if you are on the defense. And all of this information is going to be given to you, so you don't have to take notes or anything like that. But we're just going to go over them quick, because you're going to see these in almost every meeting, every session. Mm-hmm.
The additional messaging, our new messaging on our materials being refreshed, are we getting new tools? Let me give you
Yes.
an example. When you talk about the fastest, every time I have to start, I'm in a situation where I'm in the brain the fastest. To go to my Outlook box, I have to open up the documents, I have to, because I can never remember the 4 articles or the 3
Right, so you're going to get, at the end of the meeting, we have what is called a strategy on a page. Everything you need to know about what we just taught you on one page, Cliff Notes. What are the pieces? But every piece that we have out there is now going to have those 3 top messages on it. So regardless of what you pull out, it'll have those 3 messages on it, somewhere on there. So we will start embedding that in there. So if you can't find the exact piece you wanted, another piece will have that key messaging about speed, accuracy, motion. Everything will be on there. So our marketing priorities. So the respiratory function team, we are working on 3 top priorities. Number 1 is new product introduction. So VitalSync is our first one coming out. The CAEs are being trained on it tomorrow. We had to get them trained first since they will be selling the product, but then we are also going to be training you guys at a later date through webinars or at your regional meetings. We're going to be pulling up more training for you. Reusable sensor, a new redesigned sensor that's going to be coming out. I know, who just said ooh? Oh. Low power board, that's something else that we're going to be doing that we can be using in telemetry. And then respiration rate, which is towards the end of the year. You can see over here the timing when they're coming out. So Q1, Q3, Q4, Q4. So number one priority for us, getting these new products out, rolled out, getting the messaging to you, getting you educated and trained on this product. Shauna.
How committed, like especially like the telemetry low power board, how like sound when I say giving until August timeframe?
Since it's on here, I can't give you a specific within Q4, but because it's on here, this is happening.
Hold out until August.
Yeah, because this is on here, this is happening. We wouldn't put it on here if we didn't think it would be happening, because I don't want to be in that position to tell you something and then I have to back my way out of that one. Second one is sustainability. So looking at Nellcor Advantage, using the technology presentation that we gave to you this morning. Looking at Shamrock, we're going to be spending some time on that. I went through all my Shamrock accounts, and other than Brandon Reinecke, I believe, in Florida, all my Shamrocks were closed by CAEs. So I don't have a lot of people in the TMs who have a lot of experience with them, so we're going to go over it so that everybody understands the program. And then also doing a refresh of HAI prevention. So Nicole had put together a great program about 2 years ago. We're going to refresh. We have new information. We have some new studies that are coming out. We're actually going to be conducting a new study. And then the last one is newborns. Once again, looking at labor and delivery and NICU. So it's more than that, you know, working with clinicians so that when they're making a decision on patient monitoring for newborns, that it's based on accuracy, alarm management, speed, motion. So using the messaging that we've developed. Once again, as I said, Nellcor Advantage, CCHD. We're going to be working on a NICU campaign. More about this when it comes out. You guys will be educated on that. We'll do webinars, trainings as we get closer to offering this product. Matt?
I don't want to stop. Why would we redesign a reusable sensor?
Because people do not like the reusable sensor we have today, and we do receive complaints on a reusable sensor.
Okay, so I was a nurse 21 years ago, and it's an identical product that I used with a nurse 21 years ago.
No, I understand
It should go away anyway.
And there is also more and more customers are starting to, guys, more and more customers are starting to use reusable sensors. There's more of a push to get away from disposals because of cost, using a reusable. We have customers who do not like our design. They feel that it's not a snug fit, that it's loose, or lack of a better way to say it, they always believe the spring has been sprung, that it's kind of opened up.
No, but that's how I tell them. I go, look, an adhesive sensor is far superior. It's not going to get knocked off. It's not going to need the need for repositioning. It's not going to set off.
Agreed, but we still have those customers wanting. So here's a good example for you. We sell 3 times the amount of a DS100A than we do a MaxFast sensor in the US. 3 times. And the market is growing. Because even though we can do that whole pitch about HAI, reusable sensors, cleanliness, infection control, form, fit, and function, comfort, and patient satisfaction, they still will go to a reusable because of cost. 3 times in volume, each is 3 times the amount of MaxFast. So that just shows you we sell a lot of DS100As, a lot. But then again, they're also going into clinics, doctors' offices, things like that too. Shauna?
Oh. The DS100, is it just a DS100A? Because like with CCHD guidelines, a lot of my customers are using fuzzy wraps and stuff. Are we gonna, and those are...
This redesigned sensor is a DS100A. We also have customers who like the boot style sensor too, that soft silicone boot.
And you know, I'm glad we're selling them across the nation, but I've lost about $300,000 over the last 2 years just in people wanting to use the reusable sensor. I mean,
No, I think it may be. Is it me?
It was because we're on the red, the green light. I think we got it.
Okay. Watch me get a shock now. I don't know who to blame. So, no, I understand.
My territory, like it kills a lot of my business. Like I don't lose to other people, I lose to
Right.
reusable sensors.
But we also have a lot of reps who are losing to a competitor's reusable now because they're going to go with a Philips boot. So, but it was a need. We have hospitals that use our disposables, but they hate our reusable, and it actually may be a threat of us losing that account because of our reusable situation. Yeah. Okay, so I believe you saw this yesterday. Kendall showed you, so I won't go over it again, but our plan for the TMs, capital account executives, the care area managers, and then the new competitive team that's led by Corey Johnson, and what we're going to be doing over the course of FY14. So I'm going to go over the clinical bibliography real quick, and then we're going to go into a cool new tool that we have for you. We trained on the clinical bibliography. It is the Nellcor SPO2 clinical bibliography that was created by Global Marketing. We're going to go over how to use it and then the top 10 assets of those, the top 10 clinical articles that you should have at the ready at all times. So the clinical SPO2 bibliography is nearly 300 studies that highlight Nellcor oximetry in a wide variety of patients. It's from 2004 through 2013, and it was reviewed not only by Covidien but by independent researchers, so it's non-biased. It's evidence that you can use against a competition. When Masimo goes in with their giant pulse oximetry, competitive binder, well, you have one now too, but ours is going to be so much cooler. This is available on SA2 in a PDF, or you can go to the website, and your customers can go to the website and download this as well. So in SA2, you get a PDF version. On the website, your customer can go, or you can email it out of SA2 to your customer. So on the website version, each product has a product page. You see product, the technology, and then clinical evidence. When you go into clinical evidence under Nellcor, you go to the evidence binder. You can pick what year or all, and then it descends by year in alphabetical order by year. So your customers can get this on the website. You can direct them. They can look at it. They can go to the link in PubMed where they can get the article. So all of that's available on the website. But if you go into SA2, in your PDF version, and I highlighted over here, the URL is also there in your PDF version that you can hand out where your customer can go to PubMed and get those articles. But like I said, it's from 2013, descending order, through 2004, nearly 300 studies on pulse oximetry for Nellcor. So what this does is it showcases our breadth of product, our breadth of technology and data. You can use this in competitive evaluations. Look at accounts that have less than 18 months left on contract. Start showing them the clinical evidence that we have for pulse oximetry. If you need a specific paper to meet a specific need, I'm going to show you a tool now where you can search by that to find the paper that you need. It's been cited by independent researchers, so non-biased. You can also use this in meeting presentations. Like once again, when Masimo comes in with their giant binder, you've got yours now too. So these are the top 10 assets that you should have for SPO2. And we're going to send you all this information after the meeting, like the links and everything. But they're highlighted by topic. We just kind of summarized them by topic, and then the article and the year. All of these are available in SmartSource, so if you need to have hard copies, you can get them in SmartSource. They're available through your bibliography. You cannot email a paper. We don't have e-rights. So you can give them the URL so that they can look for it in PubMed themselves, or you can give them a hard copy of the paper. But we cannot email them the paper. So any questions up to that point? Because we're going to, let's see. Oh, I can't go backwards on this one, I'm sorry. Any questions before I take you into the searchable evidence binder, which is something that Clinical Affairs has made for you?
Is that list that was on that slide, is that on the website?
No, it is not. But the information will be sent to you as what the top 10 that you. Yes. So when we finish here, so the people in this room will get an email each time we finish with a training session. You guys will get an email saying, here are your top 10, here are your links. Then I would suggest having those at the ready in SA2 so that anytime you need to download something on accuracy, motion, low birth weight infants, you've got it at your fingertips. Okay, so I want to show you a new tool that we have. Let's see if I can pull it up. Okay, this is the Searchable Evidence Binder. This just became available, and when I trained in Orlando 2 weeks ago, only Nellcore was available, and today MicroStream showed up. So, this is on the Covidian network. You can only log in if you have a Covidian login and password. So you have to be on the VPN. Your customers cannot access this, so it's got to be by your name. So on here, it tells you your products. You have Nellcore and MicroStream. Also tells you the franchise. Biz and Invos are coming, so they're just getting them done as soon as they can because they have to search through all the articles to get them online. Yeah, so you go through Pulse Connect, but I am going to send you the link, and I'll remind you how to log in. We tried to do this live 2 weeks ago, and it didn't work because some people couldn't get access to VPN. So I'll just send you the links, and you guys can get in. Your names have already been given to Clinical Affairs because they have to give you access. So people in the central don't have access yet. So as we go, we keep training another group, they get access.
I know I'm really challenged with Pulse Connect for some reason. I have to save everyone that is bookmarks or in my favorites, and then I've had several devices because of either failures or things like that, and then I don't have my favorites anymore. So how can I find this page from the Pulse homepage, main page? What would I search to find that page on the main page?
Evidence Binder. That's what it is Evidence Binder. Now, I'll send you the full link so you can bookmark the link too, but that's what it is Evidence Binder. So as you can see here, sorry, Matt. Oh, sure. Hey, Jeff, or somebody know how to dim the lights back there? Oh, sorry. Is that better? How's that? Is that too dark? Okay. All right. So in the searchable binder, you're welcome. So you have products, franchise, and then topics. They may be specific topics. I'm going to walk you through this, but if you ever get stuck, here's your training binder and how to do it within that link. Yes. Oh.
They go off in both rooms.
Oh.
I'll let them know. We can still see the screen too. I'm just making sure we were.
Oh, well. I could just strobe light. I could just go up and down. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. All right. I don't know. Are you bringing that closer, farther away? Oh. Maybe there's. I'm just playing with other buttons to mess with them next door. Okay. All right, so you'll get the link. Nellcore and MicroStream are on here so far. So when you want to go to your product, you just highlight it. Oh, you lost my internet access. Now you all know what room I'm in. Oh, you truly lost my link. Bummer. What did you do, Jeff? I lost all my internet access. I can't find my binder. No, because I don't think the binder's going to let me. Let's see if I can pull it back up. Nope.
Because it kicked you off the VPN?
Yep.
Click on the meeting and then connect, and then you're gonna have to go back and the password is Covidian14. So just say yes, that's fine. Or just open in. Just put like CNN or something.
And let's go to Weston.
It should bring up password.
I was already in it.
I know.
That's-
It's sometimes the room one doesn't work down here, they said.
Yeah, no, I was using the Covidian 14 before.
Yeah, so hopefully it'll, there, no, just put Covidian.
All right, so then I had to go back into my VPN. So this is Bill Minutes, so I give you a topic to discuss. Do you ever see that on Saturday Night Live, on Coffee Talk? When she's a little verklempt, she goes, I'll give you a topic, you discuss. I remember one of them was the Roman Empire. Neither was it Roman nor an empire. Discuss. Yeah, I was completely out. Not gonna work.
See if I can zoom back out with the projector or just leave it.
Just leave it. Nope. Oh, yeah. Your neck stopped working.
So see, it wasn't me.
That is in Grand Canyon in a section called the Oven. Yeah. It was 100 degrees at 7 a.m. Yeah. 7 a.m. Yeah, we backpacked the. Yeah, there's a little creek you follow. So in the shade, it's not so bad. Yeah, it was fun. We backpacked for a week.
How long ago was that?
That was May of this year.
Oh, was it May this year?
Yeah.
So 100 degrees, 7 a.m. in May. Wow.
I know, I want to show you this tool. It's so cool. We finally have something cool to show you.
I love it how you have the old computer, we'll be here about 30 minutes before it logs on.
I know, I really want a new one. I know, and they're, nope.
I wonder if
Mine is like 5 times.
in your internet, real quick. So it is. So see if you can change. Just Google or whatever.
Yes.
Okay, so it is working.
It's just VPN doesn't want to work. That's why I started at like 1:30 just to make sure everything.
From the presentation, can you select the link?
No,
You have to be on the VPN.
you have to be on the VPN.
Open up like 5 of them and see which one.
Do you want to use my hotspot?
Just
Yeah, I could use mine. I got my hotspot too.
Because I can't connect, mine wouldn't connect on here either.
Oh, good Lord. Imagine. All right. Okay, so sorry about all that. So this is a searchable tool. You're going to get this web address. You go in, you log in with your VPN login, first dot last name and your password. You can create reference lists, so you can create your own top 10 bibliography. So at the ready. So the top 10 I gave you, you can now create your own. So this is what it looks like. It's a searchable tool. You can search at the top here. You can either have it say Nellcore or MicroStream once Biz and Invos are in there. We do not get notified when they're updated. It just happens. So as they're getting them done, they'll get them in. So it sorts by order of an alphabetical order. Over here, there is a little magnifying glass that you can type in how you want it to search. Year, author, date, publication, number of pages, anything you want you can sort. You can create your own bibliography of what you like to use and when. And so then you can search through all of this, create your own lists. The nice thing too is you can put this on Facebook if you'd like. You can put this on Twitter if you'd like. You can email everything to your customer. And then when we have it up and looking at it, I'll show you the next set, but each one has a full summary and you can send that abstract summary to the customer. And any social media way you want to do it, you can. And you can send them that.
The articles, are they all the articles out there, or is it just
It's the,
Covidian selected?
it's the 300 Nellcore pulse oximetry articles. MicroStream, I don't know how many are in MicroStream, but those will be in there. And then anything that Clinical Affairs will put in here, plus as we get new stuff, we will update it and put new articles. Everything that we have. Mm-hmm.
So when we search, unless I build a custom bibliography for myself, like I couldn't type in like a subject type, like
Yes, you can.
promotion, or I can reference.
You can. You can search by keyword. Keyword, author, date, publication, anything you would like. You can sort and search. And so this is all on that home page is your training deck that I showed you where you could link onto it. All of this is in here. But like I said, during the break, I'll get it up and running. So some of the action. Look at all of the content we gave you. Learn how to use it in SA2, either on the website or now through your clinical reference manager. You all have access now because I confirmed that your names were given access. Practice using it so that you know how when your customer wants something, you can do this on your iPad, so it was designed that way. So you can just search, email, send, however you need to send it to your customer. Yes? So when you're, so when you're sending something on SA2, what version are you sending them? Like what format is it in? Oh, you're just sending a link, because everything is a PDF already put into SA2? Yeah. You want to actually send them a document? Yeah. I'm sorry, say that again, Miles?
Not all, but many of the common PDFs are in the sensing systems app, because I have the same thing.
And then you send them as a PDF out of Sensing Systems.
And you can download.
I send it to myself and then put it in GoodReader and then send it to GoodReader.
Yeah. Yeah, so if somebody knows how to do that, to maybe share with everybody, but that's, I've seen a lot of reps do that, is drop everything in Goodreader and then just open it up and email it. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go over the sustainability part. We're going to go over Shamrock first, and then Christina Clark and Jeff Reynolds are going to take you through Reman. Obviously, some of you know this program already, but a lot of you are new to the pulse oximetry side of the business, and we want to show you some of the key programs that we have out there that we are continuing. And so we are really focusing on reprocessing and what reprocessing can do for your customer and for you. So we have two types of programs because reprocessing is actually becoming a bigger threat to us than our competitor Masimo. They are gaining in double-digit market share every year. They're growing leaps and bounds because hospitals need to cut costs. And so when you do a sort on spend of consumable items in a hospital, your oximetry sensor goes right to the top. And so if they have to do a 5 or a 10% cut on spend, sensors are out there. So we have programs that'll help hospitals reduce, reuse, and recycle, the 3 Rs. But at the same time, help them save money so it is not cost prohibitive. Also help them with inventory management. These are some of the things that we necessarily don't think of all the time, but also affects them because think of our reprocessing friends use the same part numbers we do. So that means a hospital is buying a Max A from Nellcor and a hospital is buying a Max A from Ascent or SterilMed or Hygia. So it's a lot of inventory management for them, especially for your HCA accounts. They are managing a lot of part numbers. But at the same time, they get the reliable, quality, and accurate sensor because Shamrock only uses new sensors. Customer only buys new, and we're going to go through that. So for those customers who don't like reprocess, but they're doing it because of cost, we have a good program. So what is sustainability? And that one wasn't going to come out quite right. I could feel that word coming out like tough. I was like, sustainability. So what is it? Hospitals are being tasked with reducing costs, reducing waste, being an environmentally friendly partner in their community. All of their websites, their newsletters, everybody is pushing what they can do to reduce waste in their neighborhood.
So I feel that my experience might be a little skewed because of the state that I live in and because of how much HCA that we have. But overall, what is the percentage of hospitals, IDNs, GPOs require? I mean, except for HCA, it wasn't an option.
Right.
We had to find a solution for them, even though we offered them other opportunities for better pricing. And what kind of percentage is that?
I don't know if we have a percentage. Every hospital is looking at it. Here's an example. I'll just give you a stat on Shamrock. In 2012, I had 29 hospitals. As of right now, I got 59. I jumped 30 hospitals in 1 year because they're all like, I got to cut costs, and I'm already looking at using reprocessing, or they already are, and they hate it. But they got to do it.
In Houston, organization and all that, now push them to start looking at that. Massimo doesn't offer that. All the,
Yeah.
Owen DeMiner and all them are just telling them that they're not supposed to have that. So
Yep.
it's getting big.
It's getting big. So that's something we can look at. I don't have a actual number. But here's another statistic for you. In the state of New York, it is $400 a ton to get rid of non-hazardous waste, which is a pulse oximetry sensor. They pay $400 a ton. So we'll use New York Presbyterian. They are buying $2 million worth of sensors a year. Just for easy math, use $10. Sensor weighs 1 ounce. So you start to do the math. They're paying a lot of money to throw this stuff in a landfill, but we're willing to take it because someone else will buy it as a Reman sensor. So we're helping them with this. I mean, so somebody can say, $400, that's not much. But it adds up, and it adds up, and it adds up. Plus, your competitors are going in and buying them from hospitals. So if we don't pick them up, Hygia, SterilMed, or Ascent will go in and pay pennies on the dollar for them. And they will buy their used product so that they have a raw material pipeline. Because without them getting a used sensor, they have no product to work with. So that's happening. We actually have an account in Long Island who is selling their sensors to Hygieia for 25 cents a piece, which is pretty good. So the hospital's actually making some money. Okay, so we're gonna go over Shamrock. So what is it? It's the OxyMax Sensor Rebate Program, but we call it Shamrock because everything has to have a code name while you're in development of it, because you never know who you're sitting with on a plane and you're talking about your rebate program. So we called it Shamrock because we said there should be a pot of gold at the end of that rainbow, or at least we hope, or we hope. So here's an example of those 59 hospitals. We're bringing in $6 million in incremental business right now. And someone can say, oh, $6 million's not that much. That's 4 days of sales for me. I will take 4 days of sales because my number jumped from FY13 to FY14 by $11 million more in just sensors. So if I can keep getting $1 million or $2 out of Shamrock every now and then, that helps us hit our number. So, you know, in FY14, we have to hit $341 million in sensors now. So it keeps growing every year. We thought we were doing good when we hit 331 in FY13. So I got my new number of 341. I'm like, awesome. So let's see how we can do it. So this program is designed for those who use Nellcor oximetry already, but they are using or purchasing a percentage from a third-party reprocessor. They need to be financially prudent, but they don't want to sacrifice patient care. They've got to have a good quality, reliable, accurate sensor. So I wanted to highlight some of the key features. Like I said, you guys will get this deck. But the basis of the program is the customer buys all new. They do not use a reprocessed sensor. They do not use a remanufactured sensor. They buy all new, and they return a portion of those sensors to us. And the way that it works is they receive a rebate for every sensor they buy over their baseline. So you look at what they bought for the last 12 months. And for easy math, we'll say they bought 50,000 eaches. We base it on eaches, not dollars. At 50,001, I start giving them a rebate. And it's a pure cash rebate that they can take as a credit or a rebate. And they get paid out quarterly on this. And what the difference of the rebate is the difference in the price between that they were paying Nellcor for a brand new one and what they were paying the reprocessor. So if you were paying $9 to Nellcor and $6 for a cent, you get $3 back for every sensor over that baseline. And what that means is they should have been buying from a cent, you're now going to buy from you. So you have incremental growth, but it's been discounted. But you're getting the growth, and you're getting that incremental growth back. So the hospital, it's zero additional cost to them. So if they were paying $100,000 a year for sensors, they're still going to pay $100,000 a year for sensors. But they get all brand new. But they've got to return some because the sensors are used in our remand program. We collect the sensors in Plainfield, Indiana. They sort them, they send them to Mexico to supplement the remand program because often in a box of remand, they're not all remand. Some of them are new because we don't have enough because of how many get rejected or some people are on some higher credits, so they earn more sensors than they return.
Is there a tracking for what comes back?
Yes, you get a weekly report by SKU of what they've returned. They also will track what was returned that's not ours. We don't really know what it is, but they'll say, hey, we got some other things. We got 7 of these other things, and we will take pictures of those things to say, please don't put them in the bucket.
Does it have to match what they're buying?
Well, yeah, so
What's to prevent a hospital saying, great, I'll do this, and I'll still sell these sensors to a cent for 25 cents?
because if they don't return them to me, they don't get a rebate. Because the rebate is not tied to how many they return. They just need to return, and if they don't, then they're not eligible for a rebate. So they're two separate things we're tracking. And the reason why we did that is we didn't want someone not to receive a rebate because they're lousy recyclers. And I only, put 5% in the bucket. It's a very low number, but as long as they are returning that very low number, they can still earn their rebate, which is tied to sales. So it's two separate things that we're tracking. Just to let you know, of the 59 customers, not one of them has not returned enough sensors. Because one, the number is so low, plus they get good at it. They do return a lot of funky weirdness. Hamburgers, French fries, a lot of reusable sensors. I don't know why I hope they don't think that they're getting processed and they get them back, but we get a lot of reusables. We get a lot of Massimo equipment too. So the hospital could have both. Batteries and sharps. If we get anything sharp, they get a picture, the photo goes to the customer to say, look, we can't touch this, but we're gonna go into all of that. But if you have this program and your customer is with Ascent, they cannot be on both. We have to say to them, look, if you want to be on the Shamrock program, great. You cannot be buying sensors from Ascent. There is no way for us to both manage a program in the same hospital. It's impossible because they want the sensors, I want the sensors. So they have to stop that program. You also cannot do this program with a Reman account at the same time. They have to be one or the other. And those are for legal reasons that we can either offer them a Reman account. If they decide they want to go to Shamrock, then you end that contract, start a new one with Shamrock. So non-sterile, we are collecting because of the program with HCA. So we are collecting them, and then in the future, we will look at adding them to the Reman program as well. It's just a lot of engineering change orders we have to do. And so right now they're being stored in Plainfield because they got a whole factory that's free that we can store them in.
So can you do the Reman program and offer a rebate, or you can't do that?
I'm sorry, can you do what?
Reman program, like through Sterilmed, and then offer a rebate if they purchase a certain amount. Can you do that or no?
Well, we haven't done that yet because we've just been offered a price on Reman because Reman is for what you return, you earn a credit to buy a Reman sensor. It can be, yeah. Yeah, both of these programs, Shamrock and Reman, can go on a co-op. Well, they can run simultaneously with a co-op. Your sensors apply, anything they do on Shamrock will apply towards your co-op. So there's a separate contract that we complete for Shamrock, but you can run that at the same time as a co-op, and the volumes will apply.
How are you setting the minimum criteria of what they have to return?
We just ask for 20% of the incremental growth. So if you're going to buy another 10,000 sensors from me, I'd like 4,000 of them back. And that is an annual number. And we have a financial tool that I'll show you that when you guys go through it, it calculates it out for the company, or for the hospital, what they have to return every week. Sometimes it's like 3 sensors, you know, it's like, can you return 3 this week? It's tiny. And then this way they feel that they're following the program and that they're being good recyclers, because that's the last thing I wanted to do is to tell someone, you didn't return enough, so you didn't follow the rules of the program and you didn't benefit from it. I mean, getting the sensors back is the second part of the program. The first one is getting the incremental business. Second was, I don't want them in the hands of my competitor. I'd rather take them back, supplement my own program.
Did I hear you correctly that you can transition a customer from Reman to Shamrock?
Yes, you have to end the Reman, finalize that contract, end it, start a new one, and use a new agreement that I have for Shamrock.
So it would just be the price of what they're paying for Reman and what new is?
Yeah, because if they were doing that, yeah. But we could work that out. And it doesn't always have to be the exact difference. You'll see in your tool, you guys have a financial tool that you can play with to make sure it works for you and your customer and for Covidien, because there are certain margins that you have to hit. So, but we'll go over that soon.
I think you already answered this, but is this unit growth or revenue growth?
Unit. Shamrock is based on units.
Okay.
It's all based on units. So if you were buying 10 sensors from me and 5 from Ascent, now you're hopefully going to buy them from me now because of Shamrock. Starting on the 11th sensor, you start getting a rebate because it's anything over the 10 that you originally were buying. So
Okay,
it's
well, what if they're purchasing like MaxFast? Would that go in?
no. This is only OxyMax, so it's Max A, AL, I, N, and P. Only OxyMax because we do not remanufacture any other sensors. So it can only be the ones that we remanufacture because we want them for our own program.
Do the other companies reman those other sensors? That's
You know, I've seen there is 510K approval for Ascent to reprocess MaxFast. I've never seen any. I checked on the FDA website. They do have approval to do it. I've seen it on their posters. Well, they have approval, but we've never seen one. So I don't know if anyone's actually ever doing it. Because the posters will say, they even have them on there. They even have MaxR on there, the nasal sensor. We've never seen anyone do it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and that's okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I doubt they are. I really doubt it. Yeah. I mean, if you guys ever see a remanufactured or a reprocessed MaxFast, let us know. We've been on the lookout for these for 2 years, and we haven't found a one anywhere. Okay, so key messages. It helps them save financially. They get to use a brand new sensor, so they get accuracy, quality, superior speed, motion, because you got to remember that reprocessed sensors can't claim a lot of our key claims because it's a reprocessed sensor. You're helping them be green in addition to offering them a quality product. So how does it work? Customer has to buy one of the 5 Oxymax, or all 5 Oxymax. You've determined what their annual baseline amount is. You look at a 12-month period. I would always recommend backing that up by a month because the last month we're always still waiting for tracings to come in, so you'll always will go, well, you purchased this much, and they say they purchase another. I can always help you with that. We just pull it off of Cognos. You get a rebate for every sensor purchased in excess of that amount. The rebate is sensor price less rebate price. We pay it out quarterly. You can pay them annually. We got one hospital that does them annually. I don't know why. They prefer to have them quarterly. And I will let you know that our customers who have been on this program a while, they will start looking for those checks because they have become very big fans of Shamrock because they know how much they're going to earn, and they're looking for that $30,000 check, and they want that money. We also have pickup containers, so we're going to go over that. They are placed throughout the hospital. You will work with your champion who wants to do this program where they need to be placed. If they warrant pickup service, which we will go over, your pickup service provider will do it with you the first time. After that, they do it. So they will walk the hospital with you, create their map, so to speak. It's their standard operating procedure. They follow that the next time, and then you don't have to be there. So how do you do this? You and your RSM discuss if Shamrock is the right program for your customers. All the documents are on the Pulse Connect site. They cannot be on SA2 because they're not customer-facing documents. They're only for you guys. There's a financial template and an agreement. Plus, you can always contact me, and I'll send you everything. Fill out the agreement. I'll show you how it works, but it's pretty simple. You fill out anything that's highlighted in yellow. At the end, you get a green for go or a yellow, no, this is not a good deal. Talk with me first to make sure that we can do this deal. Then you can present it to the customer. There's a specific agreement they have to sign that is for Shamrock, so we get that one agreed. Pickup service. It's so expensive. So let's go right into that one. Oh, I guess we have a question. So we're in room 31. So channel, 3-1, and then channel again. No, you know, do you have a piece of paper? Do you got a notepad? There's one in the back. There's a notepad right there and paper. I'll have you write them down, and we'll make sure that we'll tally them. So CH, 3-1, CH. Hit the 3, then hit the 1, then CH. Okay, we ready? Okay, how often are rebates paid out? It is. You can do. But what was in the presentation? There you go. All right, is everybody? Oh, no, we still got time. I don't know how many people are in this room. So All right. It is quarterly. You can do an annual, but like I said, I got one place who's doing it, and I think they really want to go to quarterly because they keep asking me if they can change their contract because they don't want to wait for their money for 12 months. So in addition to rebates, we pay them out on a calendar quarter, not fiscal. So we go right to the end. So if it's October 31st, they go right to the 31st, even though the fiscal month has already ended. So it's a new thing with E1. We had some issues with the last rebates we paid out because customers were used to following our fiscal calendar. So we follow calendar quarter, and then Covidien pays within 60 days of the end of that calendar quarter. So if you end in March, they will get a check by the 1st of June. So that's just Covidien's way of paying. So don't expect that they get paid out within a week or two. Okay, this is the financial template. Also, on your iPads or in your iPads, if you go into Covidien apps, there is a Shamrock presentation with all of this in here that every piece you do, you can email to your customer anything you create for them. It walks you through the whole program. It walks them through it. And there'll be a little picture of a house. If you hit that, you can go home. You can email the templates that come out in a nice quote form to your customer. It's an app, an actual app. Yes, it is in your iPad. It's under RMS, not patient monitoring. For some reason, it dropped under RMS. And it's called Shamrock version 36. That can tell you how many times I revised it. I know, 36 times. Okay, so anything in yellow is what you need to fill out. You can do this template either on your iPad or in Excel, however you prefer to work. You enter in how many Nellcor eaches they're buying, how many competitive eaches. Just ask your customer because they're going to want to work with you on this. What they're paying for Nellcor, what they are paying for the competition. I've seen prices that range from $6 all the way down to $4.75, depending on who is the provider. Hygieia is the lowest. If they come up with some really low cost, I would ask them to show you an invoice or a quote. I had someone try to give me $4.25, and I'm like, then I can't do this program, and I wouldn't even go through the rest of it. And they were like, why not? And I think I was with you, Matt. I was just like, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm not going any further. Exactly. I just said, no, can't do it.
So do you just mark the pricing, so obviously it's a list, or do you put it like their GPO pricing, and then
You put them what they're actually paying. So on their GPO, so say they're paying $9 for a Max A. You would list $9. But they're buying a certain percentage from Ascent at $6. You would drop in $6. It automatically determines your rebate per sensor. Mm-hmm. Then also over here, it tells you based on all of this information you put in, how much you need to return. It does the math for you. So down here is you get a green for good deal, or you get yellow and it says talk to marketing. Now, over here, this is where you guys may run into trouble because of margins. If you are offering them a very good rebate price, it says here number of locations. That is not locations in the hospital. That's number of hospitals. You can put as many hospitals within a network on this as you want. Everything comes down as to one group amount. They get one check. So don't put in 30 locations in the hospital. It's one hospital, 3 hospitals. And then how many times they want to be picked up per month. If you put in 4 times in a month, I'm almost guaranteeing you're going to get a failure. It's not going to work because it's so expensive to pick it up. But depending on their volumes, if they're large, you can pick them up weekly. If they're small, we could do bi-weekly, once a month. I even got one account, we're doing it every 3 weeks. It's kind of a mixture. But we can play with that, and you can play with your rebate amounts to make sure that it works so we hit our margins. And the margins, everything is hidden behind the cells. And so those are the limits, the absolute lowest limits that I can accept. So play with it. If they're a large hospital system that needs pickup every week, then their volumes probably will justify it. No, there is no limit. It's just in the, no, that's Reman. We're talking something different. In Shamrock, Just play with this template. And as long as you get a green, now if for some reason you're doing 4 pickups a month and you're like, God, I failed, it doesn't financially make sense for the company, change it to 2. Or in a situation I have with Dan Ferraro, he has 7 hospitals participating in one program because it's a Lutheran Health Network. We pick up at 4, the other 3, they're on their own. They're too small. They do 1 container a week. I can't go there and get that. So we provide them everything that is labeled with prepaid FedEx. They just snap the lid on, throw it in FedEx, and put a new container out. So.
The solution is obviously just put another bucket in there, right?
Yeah.
So if they're picking up 1 bucket a week, and you need to put 2 weeks, and you need to have 2 buckets in that location, that's a really easy solution as well.
So we can work with these. The nice part about this is you can manipulate those cells that are highlighted in yellow to see if it works. So if your rebate is supposed to be $3, well, maybe that won't work for you. Offer them $2.75, maybe that works. So play with the numbers. Ryan?
One thing I would not recommend is for small accounts, the only way you can get them to qualify is to volunteer to pick up the buckets for them, which has been done. And then I had to go in and tell them, I will not pick up your buckets anymore because it's disgusting and I don't want to do it.
Right.
But it's just not a good deal. It takes too much time.
Yeah. No, I would just tell them that you have prepaid buckets that are labeled that we will provide to them, and they can do it themselves. Now, just to let you know that just because they warrant pickup service and we want to offer it to them doesn't mean I can always find it. I don't know if you guys know Paige Knickerbocker in South Carolina. I can't find anyone. I can't pay anyone to go to, where is it? Georgetown, South Carolina. Obviously, it's out in the middle of nowhere, but it's an enormous hospital in the middle of nowhere. So although everything looked good on paper to do it, I can't find anyone who's willing to go. So she has to go because we promised the customer we would do it. So twice a month, she has to drive out there to do it. Nope. Nope. So, and then also with Shamrock, which is slightly different than how we do things with SensorTech, we use 2 pickup service providers. Okay, well, I'll get there in a second. These are your tools. There are posters. There is collateral. There is a playbook of how to do this and how to set this up, what your role is, your customer's role, and your pickup service provider. There's the financial template in the iPad demo app. All of this is available. Anything that is customer-facing is on SA2. Posters are in SmartSource, so you can order them. They got strips of adhesive on the back, so you just rip those off, stick them on the wall. Obviously, the app we just talked about. Anything else in Pulse Connect because I can't have the financial template out for the customers to see. So yeah, that's if you guys want to pick that up during the break too, we can always go through it later. Okay, I guess we have a question. Who should I target with the Shamrock program? It's actually D. You may have a customer who doesn't want to participate in Reman, but they need to do some sort of program. Offer it to them. Yeah, but maybe they are looking at, they are buying Nellcore today, but they're looking at going to some other source, but they're not interested in Reman. Offer them Shamrock.
Then define B. What's B?
Competitive could be they're buying their Nellcore, but they're also buying something from maybe Dolphin. Right, but competitive is somebody other than Masimo too. You got to remember it could be generic sensors. It could be ConMed. It could be Dolphin. It could be, those guys are all competitors too. And so your hospitals could be buying 70% from you, but a certain percentage is coming from somebody else who is selling a generic Nellcore. So don't just think Masimo. Got to think everybody else out there too.
where would I don't know if they're happy with it or unhappy.
Right. Best place to start is in your materials management. Director of Materials Management, every account is the one who has signed an agreement for this. Because they're looking at it from a cost perspective.
But aren't they, if
But-
they're using a cent, isn't this gonna be less financially advantageous for them?
This may be better. It could be, yeah.
The way it's set right now, though,
Yeah, because sometimes bundles.
to have pulse ox in it.
Right.
Wait, what?
A lot of the sense new contracts, you have to have pulse ox in them.
Right. So Ascent bundles, because they do a lot of surgical items, SED sleeves, blood pressure cuffs, trocars, you name it, they do hundreds of things. And usually you could get pulse oximetry sensors out of it. Some of them are now saying, oh, you got to keep pulse ox in there, because that's the volume. You know, because you could do maybe 1,000 trocars and 50,000 sensors. Okay.
But also hit Biomed too before you maybe hit materials. They may have got some complaints about sensors
Yep.
that aren't working, stuff like that. So that way you take that to materials.
Because how many of you have had the experience where you walk in and they say, your sensor is failing, your sensor's junk, and you have to tell them it's not my sensor. It may look like a Nellcor sensor because of the plug. Now, in your iPad app, there is a section on quality that shows photos of reprocessed sensors that have been pulled apart to show what they look like underneath. We are not doing it to put down reprocessing, because one of the things I can tell you that you don't want to do is go into a hospital and tell them how awful reprocessing is, because they have to do it. You just want to explain how this is not your sensor, that's all. Just go from that direction, saying, this was my sensor once, but now this is what it looks like. And this is what it looks like underneath. Because you can see, in one of the photos in there, I suggest you pick it up, look at it. It says Nellcor, and it's a Hygia sensor. But we just peeled it back, and you can read the words Nellcor. And it's actually really dirty. And that was under the bandage that someone used. Because they can't peel them apart like we do. So, because we're going to take a break here in a minute, so I'm going to go through this quicker. We offer 2 companies across the U.S. who do pickup service. We do not hire within the hospital. We don't hire like Mom and Pop and Mr. and Mrs. Brown. We hire 2 companies. One is called Dynamics. One is called Stericycle. We also, in the New Jersey area and Pennsylvania area, have Metacycle, but it's only in those 2 states. These guys are already in your hospitals today doing waste management and pickup services. The containers are labeled, they don't really look like that anymore because we rebranded them to blue. But they will have a Covidian program label on one side. On one side is the customer's barcode and hospital information and address. The third side will have a prepaid FedEx label on it. All they have to do is snap the lid on it, and the whole container goes right on the FedEx truck. We are offering a smaller container now that has a hinged lid that can be put in places like every bay in an ED, anywhere where they want to make sure they can close the lid to keep things clean for infection control. Those will not be allowed to be shipped on FedEx because they're too small. They're only 1.5 gallon. This is a 4-gallon size. But the 1.5, you just dump them into the big bucket, and the pickup service people will do that, and they leave those little ones. And if they're dirty, they'll replace them. But they're small. They got a hinged lid that they can close.
Does SensorTech work for that company?
No, SensorTech has nothing to do with either of these guys. Nicole and I are using the same people now to get more efficiencies out of these companies.
Offer Mom and Pop pickup service through SensorTech anymore either. You go through Dynamics, Stericycle, they give us a better rate. And like Rebecca said, they usually already in our hospital. That said, if you do have a reman customer who's been having pickup service from an individual contractor and it's working, we're not going to touch it. But we do use Dynamics and Stericycle.
And usually, Dynamics or Stericycle will hire somebody from that hospital. You know, just sort of like what we were doing with Sterile or with SensorTech, but we let them do it. That way, we just work with a licensed insured company, and they hire the people. So everything is on FedEx. Like I said, everything goes to Plainfield, Indiana, which we sort and then ship everything to Mexico to support Nicole's program. So for targeting, look at business that you need to defend because they're doing more and more with third-party reprocessors. Recapture business that you've lost with third party. Now, some people have lost business more than 3 years ago, so we can't get the data out of Cognos. We'll just take their word for it of what they're buying. You know, you guys know your business pretty well. You'll understand how much you think you're not getting from this hospital.
When it's appropriate, can you talk about Massimo and their reprocessing?
So, okay, so we'll finish this. If you have customers who are not interested in our Remand program, and they're looking at a reprocessed version from one of our third-party friends, Shamrock is a good program for them. Or if they've had it with the quality of a third-party sensor, because they can be reprocessed up to 3 or 4 times for Ascent and SterilMed. Hygieia is now claiming 8. I don't think that sensor would ever make it that long. It's not that robust. But they're saying 8. There's no way for us to know anymore because everything, even Hygieia, everything is now in the chip. Before, Hygieia used to mark them on the side so we could tell how many times they've been reprocessed because they use a Sharpie. I mean, that's how, I know, they just do black dots. Everything has to have a barcoded label on it now too. So if you ever come across a third-party sensor, it has to have a barcoded label that specifically says it is reprocessed by this manufacturer. That is something that Covidien pushed, that it has to be on there, and the third parties are now doing that because before they didn't have to have a label. So it's something that we fought, saying you've got to have a label saying that is not ours. And so now they're doing it.
That's on the sensor, not on the packaging?
It's on the sensor right by the plug. So you know, like on our Remand, we have the tag that says it's Remand. They now have to have a tag that says Hygieia, SterilMed, Ascent. Now, I will admit they're tiny. We can't get them, they're like, you know, like the width of my pinky almost is the size of the label, but at least there's a label now that says it is produced by someone else. So we won that battle. Okay, so Ryan, you were going to talk for us a little bit about a program that you've inherited from Margaret Matthews, and then we'll cover Massimo, and then we're going to take a break.
Just real briefly, Margaret has 2 Shamrock accounts in our territory, so I wasn't really involved in the implementation because it wasn't my role back then, but she's kind of passed on information to me. So one of them's kind of small, Tualapi Hospital, but still it's about 15 grand-ish in upside business per year. The other one's bigger, I think it's about 40 grand a year upside. So it's a good way to get some low-hanging fruit, I think. You know, who wouldn't take an extra 15 grand in business every year? I mean, we all would. So it's a good opportunity in that respect. Also, one thing Margaret found was a benefit was for GPO compliance. One of the customers, and I'm sure we all have some customers that are maybe getting a pricing tier that they really don't really qualify anymore for because their usage may have slipped or whatever. So she was able to use that as a selling point to the customer. Hey, look, you're maybe not completely GPO compliant. This will help you get back in compliance as far as your usage and make you earn or allow you to earn the price that we're giving you as well. So that's really all I can add to what Rebecca said. The other thing I would say is one of the customers was just signed a year ago. This hospital thought that they would be bought out within a year, so they only signed it for a 1-year period. So we definitely recommend doing it longer than that, at least 2 or 3 years. What's the most we can do?
You can do 5.
5. Okay, yeah. 1 year doesn't make any sense because then they have to either renew it or maybe sign a whole new agreement, which would reset their baseline, and there's no upside for them anyway. So obviously do it for a longer period of time than just a year. That's about it. Michelle, you got remember anything else?
Well, I was just going to say, you know, I think we're not often comfortable having a conversation with the customer, but they do have to sign an LOC with the GPO.
Yes.
And so you can even do the financial analysis for them and say, look, if I have to take you from you know, tier 3 discount to tier 1, that's going to increase your sensors from us by this much, and what you're going to save from the third party isn't going to balance. So I think Margaret actually had that discussion because it was around an LOC, if I remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was going in to have them sign off on a new LOC, and that's when she addressed it with them.
Yeah, so remember that, you know, this helps them be compliant. It can help them earn credit for hardware to, you know, pay off hardware for their award credit. You can tie these to co-ops. Customer gets to use all brand new. Now, of all of our customers, we've had a few come up due because, like, you know, Ryan was saying, they signed for a year. And then when they realized that they were not going to get those rebate checks and that they were going to have to either pay more or they were going to have to go to a third party, I recently signed Dan Ferraro and Margaret's. We re-signed them, and we signed them at the same baseline. We let them go for another year. Actually, I think Margaret's we did 24 months, or 36, I think. Now, the big thing is before you sign a lengthy contract, find out what's going on with that hospital. Because you are discounting incremental growth, which means if they're building a new tower, new wing, their census is going up, you don't want to discount that. So maybe you want to do a smaller length of duration before they complete that remodel or building.
Rebecca, is it binding on their part, or is there?
Either group can get out in 30 days. That's it. Now, that's something we're looking at changing because we think we want to have a little more teeth in it than 30 days. But once again, like I said, I've had no one drop out yet, knock on wood, because they realize the program. So here, I'll give you a quick rundown of Brandon Reineke in Florida, in Miami. He has West Boca Medical as part of the Tenet system. They started this program about 18 months ago, love it. They presented it to Tenet and said, we got to get the other 12 hospitals on board with this. Tenet didn't believe it, and they thought we were running a scam. They actually told me I was running a scam and it was illegal. I'm like, I don't see how it's illegal. They couldn't believe it. Their own people at West Boca were like, no, this is real. They said, but this is impossible. Why would you do this? And I'm like, because we want your business. And by adding that incremental sensor, it actually put them in another tier level, so they were getting a better price on their Nellcor, plus they were getting rebated and they didn't have to buy from SterilMed. So they couldn't get past that part of the understanding. So we've had a lot of discussions with them, and they now are going to put the other 12 on. So that program.
Tenet MedAssets accounts all have that set up?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have the pricing for all the Tenet MedAssets sites?
Well, so just in South Florida, those 12, yeah. So you got to do it by, not all of them.
Use is all reusable, so
Yeah. So no, just this Tenet and South Florida, there are 12 hospitals in that system.
What happens at the end of the contract?
At the end of the contract, we remove our buckets and they need to start purchasing at the full price. But hopefully they want to renegotiate. Now we have come up at the end of contracts on 5 customers, all 5, and I gave them 60-day notice, and all of them were like, oh God, can we re-sign? Because they weren't paying attention. They were just like, oh, we're just going to keep buying.
What's the baseline?
We kept it the same. Because we're such nice people, we kept it the same. Because otherwise then we risked losing them. And so we said, let's talk about it. What was the rep willing to do? Because you got to remember, this does affect your commission. You are writing down your business 3 months later. So it does affect you. So make sure. Okay, so before we take a break, you asked about Masimo and reprocessing. Masimo has several strategies. One is their new resposable sensor, which is a 2-piece design, reusable cable, and a disposable head, which is just like our OxyClick. They think it's great and wonderful. I'm like, yeah, well, we don't sell ours. No, not the same accuracy specs. But they are also starting to reprocess their LNCS sensors. They do have 510K approval to remanufacture their own. We have seen buckets out of them collecting their own sensors and offering their own remanufacturing program. So they are looking at remanufacturing. Hygieia, SterilMed, and Ascent all have 510K approval to reprocess Masimo. Hygieia was in a lawsuit with Masimo and lost that they cannot reprocess for 3 years, so they still got 2 years to go. Ascent and SterilMed have approval to do it, but we've never seen anyone actually picking up from those companies with Masimo. But they do have approval. But Masimo is now going to be offering their own remand program. Yeah, it's been a while. But it's really small. And well, not in your state. But that's where they're from, and I think they're pushing. I mean, other than California, has anybody seen? Not see, yeah, I think it's in California. Yeah. Yeah.
But they've been at John Muir in Walnut Creek for 4 years.
Yeah.
They do it for the huge accounts like Sharp and Scripps and
It was around messaging and branding on their labeling of the package. And so
That's ours, so why don't we do that to them?
I don't know. I wish I could give you a good reason why, but in the lawsuit, based on what I understand from legal, it wasn't a win-win for anybody. Hygieia lost out, but Massimo paid them to not reprocess. So.
Have we heard or seen any more of XCal?
No, and XCal is out there, which is a feature in the chip within Massimo's LNCS sensors that it prohibits people from reprocessing them, because when they go to plug them in to wipe the patient data off the plug, it disables the sensor. Only Massimo can reprocess them.
Is there anyone who's seen that? I've never seen that in any one of my accounts.
Nope, we've heard about it, but we've never seen it. We've been even trying to, we buy Massimo sensors all the time and see if we can figure it out. And we break them apart and look at the chips. We can't find anything.
Information with that call, that everyone
Yeah.
was calling, he said it, and I think it was just a marketing ploy to say that, look, this is how we're gonna stop losing business, just like everybody else is
Yeah,
getting
because
reprocessed.
why would you want to prohibit reprocessing? Because hospitals have to go that way.
Well, the way that he's presenting it, though, is the patient safety issue.
Right.
And only we know how to manufacture our sensors. It's the same thing now, they're timing out their patient cables. You can only use their patient cables for so many
Right.
hours, and they're gonna stop working on you. And they're saying that that's a patient safety thing.
Right,
so
where it's
that
more aggravation
you
to the
are really
customer
vigilant about
if your cable
keeping your
quits.
equipment in the shape that it needs to be.
At least quit because it doesn't work.
What about other GPUs? One of the things I've heard is the one bucket, one bag concept.
So Covidien is looking at reprocessing. Covidien, other than RMS, has decided to embrace reprocessing. They know that they have to, so there is a specific GBU who is forming, and they are looking at reprocessing of multiple devices. Now, that's about as far as the information I can give you, because they are still developing their process and how they're going to do it and what they're going to do. But I know other GBUs have been calling Nicole and I nonstop, because Reman's been around for, what, 20-something years, and Shamrock's getting attention, and because customers like it. So other GBUs are calling us, asking us to walk them through setting up a program where they're picking up other products and they're reprocessing. And they're looking at Plainfield, because Plainfield, now that they have experience, they're looking at helping other GBUs out. So it's starting to pick up, and more programs are being offered.
So with Shamrock, I mean, what if a customer's like, I've heard it a couple of times, I didn't really got the reason why we can't do it, but, just like we offer a reprocessing price, for sensors, why can't we just give them like a pay-at-the-pump price where there's no rebate? Is that against the law?
No, but do you want to discount all that growth? I mean,
So when you give the rebate, don't we get hit with that anyway, or no?
right, but you got that incremental growth. So if you're just offering them pay-at-the-pump pricing, how are you guaranteeing they're going to buy all of the product from you? And also, at what point do you say, you pay $9 for this amount and you pay $5 for this amount? Or do you have to give them a blend? Yeah, I mean, it's harder to do. This, customer has something that they have to provide to get this, so it keeps them in it. We got to make it difficult, not difficult. We got to make it so that, it's not an easy, I just get, $6 for every sensor. So why don't we take like a short 10-minute break? And then when we come back, Christina is going to take you through Reman. And then we're going to be doing some other stuff. We will have you out of here in time for the product fair. You need to go to that, because there is alcohol, I believe, at the product fair.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. We're running a little bit behind. So I believe most of you have had training. Hello. My name is Christina Clark. I'm Associate Product Manager working on Nellcore. So I've been covering for Nicole Malcolmson while she's on maternity leave. And I'm still here, so I don't know for how long, but that's that. So yeah, so fingers crossed. So I know a lot of you have had training on Reman this past summer. So hopefully this is just a refresher for all of you. If not, feel free to ask questions throughout and just let me know. So let's get started. So before you offer and start the program, there's a few key components that you want to make sure you understand. And the first is the structure of the program. So the hospital is going to receive the containers and place them throughout their facility. Once those containers are full, they're going to ship them to Covidien service provider, which is SensorTech. SensorTech is going to count, sort, and ship the sensors to Covidien, and then update your customers. From there, Covidien is going to reprocess the sensors to original product quality and specifications. So it's really important to note that Covidien is actually the remanufacturer because we hold the 510(k) clearance, not SensorTech. So I know sometimes there's some confusion there. And also, SensorTech is strictly our logistics provider, so they're just going to count, sort, and ship. So if you have any questions related to marketing or sales, always direct them to either myself or Nicole, and we'll help you out. No, Covidien does. Yeah, we have the 510(k) clearance, not them, so.
Actually cuts the lights off the sensors. The LEDs off.
I believe we do, yeah, in Tijuana.
Reports, just go after for the reports, then you can give them to your customers for your business reviews. But you guys don't do that.
All right, so next you want to understand the financial implications of the program, and there's two key parts here. So first, you want to understand how that's going to affect your compensation, and Jeff's going to go over that in just a little bit. The second part is you want to understand what that means for your customer and how much they can expect to save, as well as pricing, which I'll address in the next slide. So know that this program needs active management from the TM level, so it's going to be really important for you to have quarterly business reviews with your customers and just make sure they understand the cost savings and just how to maximize the program. And that's just a few best practices, as well as in-servicing and retraining. So any new clinicians, just make sure everybody understands the program. And lastly, once they're committed to the program, we'll need them to sign a new reman agreement. So that's just a really simple contract for them to fill out, and then you'll send it to marketing for processing. So pricing. So just like our new sensors, our reman sensors are GPO specific. So the easiest way to figure out pricing for your potential customer is to locate their GPO and then check their tier level. So once you have those two items, you should be able to come up with their pricing. Reman sensor pricing is on all GPOs and is based on their tier commitment. So a few key points here are their list pricing is the same for both new and reman, but it's just discounted more than new. So is there any questions on pricing? Nope. All right, pickup service. To qualify for pickup service, we have 3 different ways. The first is $250K in reman business. So if they're currently a customer of ours and they have at least $250K in business, we'll offer once a month pickup service. Same goes if they have $500K in business, we'll offer twice a month pickup service, and so on and so forth. The next is a $250K third-party reprocessor win. So that means they're currently reprocessing with Ascent or SterilMed. If they come over to our Nellcor reprocessing program and they have at least $250K in business, we'll offer pickup service there as well. And lastly is $1 million in Nellcor sales. So if they have at least $1 million in sales across our total portfolio, we'll offer pickup service. So to get that going, we have a simple pickup service form that you'll fill out and send to marketing. Nicole or myself will either bid out that service to Dynamex or Stericycle. And that all happens on the back end, so you don't have to worry about that. But again, we don't use SensorTech for this sort of pickup service anymore. All right, first audience response question. reman pricing is GPO specific and based on the tier level of the customer's participation. Shoot. So, sorry. Sorry, Charlie. Sorry. Yeah. All right, so the answer is true. So next, the following documents are available to help answer any of your customers' questions or to help self-train. First is your playbook, and that's just strictly to self-train. That's not customer-facing. That's going to go over everything that our reman program offers. So if you have any questions, this is a really great resource for you. Our sales presentation, this is customer-facing, and this is going to go over all of our features and benefits. It has a worksheet in there as well, so you can work that with your customers so they can see the cost savings that they can expect to receive with the program. Our sales brochure, again, this is features and benefits. It's just in a brochure, so it's a really quick format for you to show. Our reman agreement, so this is our contract for your customer to sign. Our pickup service request form. So this is if they're already a customer of ours, they want to add on pickup service, they'll fill out this form and submit to marketing. Our reman poster, so this is going to go right above the bins, and this just reminds the clinicians to place their use Nellcor sensors in the containers.
I have a question. So the
Absolutely.
two companies we use for the pickup service,
Uh-huh.
are they contracted with us only, or do they pick up Masimo sensors also? Do you know?
They only, to my knowledge, are contracted with us right now.
So yeah, I don't want them picking my stuff up and then telling Masimo.
The one thing though, just to be aware of, you might already know this, may not, but Stericycle actually does compete with our Sharps business. So we would, in some instances, prefer, if they're not already connected with Sharps, to use Dynamics to help out our fellow brethren on the Sharp side, but.
Cool. All right, your next audience response question. All right. Every customer that signs up for the reman program will automatically be signed up for pickup service. Awesome. So yep, that's false. Good job. All right, we have a few different ways to order our reman sensors. The first one is Covidien Direct. So this is where your customer will contact 1-800-NELCOR and order with a customer service rep. If you're ever wondering where the bank balance is held there, Covidien Customer Service has all the balances for those accounts. The next one is WebDirect. This is where your customer orders via SensorTech. So they can order via online at oxyprep.com, or they can call or email in their orders. Any balances for our WebDirect customers are held with SensorTech. Email orders. So both with Covidien Direct or WebDirect, you can email in your orders if that's easier for your customers. AutoShip standing PO. This is a service that we offer for our WebDirect customers only. And we do that for two reasons. One, so that they can see the cost savings, and two, so that they don't build a large bank balance and don't order our reman sensors. And the other reason is that we work with customers and distributors who need to order via EDI transfer ordering, which we don't offer with our reman program. All right, so our reman sensors, we have 5 different sensors currently. So Max AR, which is our adult sensor, ALR is our adult sensor with our long cable, NR, our neonatal sensor, IR, infant sensor, and PR, our pediatric sensor. So if you ever need to know the SKU number for any of these products, simply add an R to the end of the product number, and you'll have your reman SKU number. It's important to know there that there are no direct or minimum order fees, and that we do not remanufacture non-sterile sensors. Is that correct? Okay. So this is our accuracy and specifications chart. So as you can see from new to reman sensors, it's ±2, except for our neonate sensors, which is ±3. Our neonate sensors are a little different just because we didn't do a blood test to test on accuracy of our neonate sensor. And that's not because they wouldn't perform, but simply because it's just really tough to test on neonates. This is our product quality and performance chart. So as you can see, Nellcor is ±2, Ascent and SterilMed are ±3. So our accuracy is always going to be better than third-party competitors, and that's simply because we have the IP and testing capabilities to rebuild our sensors from scratch. Our competitors do not. And also they tested on much older monitors. So that makes a really big difference as well. So are there any questions there? Yeah.
There, but I have one for Sensor Tech.
Yeah.
So if the customer is web direct, like, are they set up as a distributor also so we can get the tracings from them? Or how does that work?
I'll answer that in two ways. Getting tracings from the distributor for a year is pretty difficult, just because of the way the program works for the track it at an individual facility level. We can absolutely set customers up to order through distributors. And you brought up a good point earlier that Owens & Minor is really embracing some of our recycling programs. They're actually a very active partner of ours right now, pushing green. So don't be surprised if you hear that more for your O&M customers. So whenever we do set up a customer to order through a distributor, we would prefer to do it through direct. The reason being is that we have more capability through Sensor Tech's portal to track which facility returned what, and therefore make sure that facility and the back end still gets within approved. So the easiest way to look at it is if Hospital A and Hospital B are both going through the same Owens & Minor site, Hospital A is on the revamp program, but B isn't. WebDirect is our way of preventing B from getting all of Hospital A's revamp sensors that they've approved. So we will do it. I would much rather we do it through WebDirect. Does that answer?
No, it does, yeah.
All right, are there any other questions? No? All right, Jeff, do you want to go over compensation? All right, great. Oh, it's up there. Oh, you need this? Or?
Just a minute. Let's see if that. This works. What's that? This is connected to that. I'll just talk louder. I usually don't have a problem with being quiet, do I? So I'm just going to detail some of the opportunities that Charlie and I went through when I was in my territory. First and foremost, when you win clinically with these Reman sensors, then you kind of think of, well, how am I going to position it now? You know, what all the work that I have to do, what's all those details? So there's kind of the clinical battle, and then once you win that clinical battle and you know that you're going to move forward, there's certain information that you want to obtain. So what we did is we obtained the actual usage from reprocessing from Owens & Minor. And the reason that we did that is so that we could put teeth in the co-op amendment. So we're not only going to convert them from reprocessing, but we're going to take that annual incremental usage and put it in the co-op so they have to stay with us. So that there's more teeth in the co-op. They have to look at that commitment level and then buy from us. Does that make sense? Okay. So
Yeah, with that said, say your customer, you know, obviously accrues a ton, but they don't really purchase. Do you have timeframes, specific timeframes we can put on it, like even like 6 months, you know, a year for the purchase timeframes, and if they don't, they lose it?
absolutely.
I know we've done it like for a year. I didn't know if you could shrink it down, because
Yep. You can work with Nicole.
just about shrinking their bank if they're not using it.
Yep.
I mean, do we have to send a letter out to them notifying them of that, or do we just do it?
Okay, so legally, and there's no lawyers in there, so except for me. What we can do is provide you with a letter. So we have the letter, I signed it, and I can say, Matt, deliver this to your customer. To let them know they have 30 days until it goes away. And then you can work with them actively to either between when they can buy and when they can't buy. And, boy, you get yourself into some trouble with them. So my recommendation is keep them short, right? Let's
Yes,
keep our
that's what I
banks
meant.
6 months at a time,
Okay.
so that you don't get these have these huge banks build up. And then, they find that credit. Someone has to suck it down.
Situation you inherited.
Yeah.
And
you know,
so we could work with you
Yeah.
guys on this and get you guys to, some sort of a level that's reasonable, or get the customer on a program of shipping.
Auto
sending-
ship.
Yeah, so we can work through it. It's not the end all be all. We don't have to cancel if you don't want, but we can get creative, so.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be unethical, it's just, I don't want them to use their bank, they haven't used it in 4 years, I might as well just cut it.
Get it. And
Well, and the other part of it too is it's all kind of how you position it and leverage it in a business review. The way I always presented it was, this is potential huge cost savings, but this is a finite situation. It could go away. We don't take these sensors and make them and then keep them in a warehouse for you, Mr. Customer. We don't have that kind of space. This is an on-demand product. It's a standard of care. So if you want to step up and use your discount, you have to do that on a regular basis so that we continue to make those sensors for you. And it's as you take them through that business review, you can keep them on track, and then you can also identify those people that are like, man, that don't want, or they're trying to. I had a customer tell me that he wanted to build a bank for 9 months and then buy it next year. And the first thing I do, I call Charlie and I'm like, we got to ward this off because this is going to kill my number. And so the way I kind of positioned that was, A, you order $500,000 in sensors now, that's called back order city. There's no way you're going to get that. This is a standard of care product. So we've made this partnership together, and we need to keep you on track so that we don't get in those situations. We absolutely want to offer you this price with this product, but if you're not ordering on a regular basis, we're not making those. And so, you can position it in a way to where you get them on track, and some people aren't going to be cooperative.
And I signed those remand deals, so is it in there? I didn't see any language in there about you can use your bank, not taken away if you don't do this.
It's 6 months.
It says 6 months?
Yep.
On all of them, like
Or you
default?
can cancel with 30 days notice at, so if you had a customer call you up and say, we're going to Massimo in the next 6 months, and you don't want your number to totally take a dive, with just, purchasing review, we can issue them a letter saying, well, sorry, you're losing us, so you're gonna have to find me. So, yeah, but that termination clause is in there.
Okay.
One thing, just check out Highline, because I'm new at this, and you tenured guys have done it before, just tolerate my commentary for a second. But, so I had an account that was remanufactured with us for several years, and then went to hygiene and came back.
Yep.
Double check to make sure to get that bank depleted.
Right.
Because the account had an existing bank there.
Great point.
Check that out.
God, man.
Exactly. Yep.
And particularly, this is a great conversation.
They're new, and they have
All the
zero
changes that have occurred.
Right. Tanae's like, what?
You're not on the email distribution list from Sensor Tech. So
Yep.
you can make sure you reach out, make sure you're on the distribution list.
Yes, how do we know what account,
So, have you guys received your web direct login?
yeah.
That's how you do it. Web direct. Yeah, log into
Contact
your
Barb
RC
too,
Prep
Barb.
sign, you log into your RC Prep, you have your own username, your password.
Don't contact Marv.
That's every account that you have.
Contact Nicole.
That's on your review program, and it's gonna tell you where they set up as Melcor Video Direct or Web Direct. If it's Web Direct, you can click on it, it'll give you your bank balance.
It's just marv@oxyprep.com. His email is
Yeah,
marv.
but I would really encourage you guys to use the site, your login, we worked really hard setting that up. Oh gosh, right, we're on that free now.
Yeah.
It's like Mayor Jim.
Nicole, because that was right before you went.
And I was trying to get it all done.
Why would, what would cause the buckets not to automatically ship when you
If it's on the website, it's not 1-for-1. So when you go on the website and you go to oxyprep.com and you select that specific hospital, that right now it's probably defaulted as not a 1-for-1. So when they receive that one bucket, they don't necessarily. Could be. Could be. And offline, I can show you how to do it. It's really easy. Absolutely.
Yeah, I can order them, but I have 5 accounts I pick up for. I don't want it to have to go off at the end of the day after, I mean, I try to do my pickups, close to each other. So and definitely I can go into the login and order their buckets, but I would rather them automatically ship whenever I pick it up. 1-for-1.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question. Why can my customer not call Covidien and order 500 boxes and 60% new, 60% reprocessed, or 40% reprocessed? It depends on how much they have in their bank balance.
Right.
So if they have an accrued 60% reman or 40% reman, then they can't order it. So if they return one new sensor, they get credit to purchase one reman sensor. And we don't sell in eaches, so they have to build up piece quantities for it before they can purchase it. So 24 and
So they can call Covidien and order.
All they need is their ID, their email ID.
But they have to, Casey, if they're set up as web direct, they have to call the sensor. They just prefer to use web direct. That may be your situation, but we can talk offline on that.
So just looking at this real quick. So you look at, I guess I can't go back. So I had the eaches as far as in the dollar amount for your reprocessed annual commitment. So $215,000 just on this one hospital. You look at the awards credit alone on an annual sensor usage commitment of $750,000. So basically what I'm saying is I'm already taking a 15% write down because that's the awards credit to pay for the equipment that they obtained. So when we decided to go and convert this is all net gain upside, $102,000. So this is a really great way when you target your hospitals. You win clinically, now financially, you can make your number. And so in over the 2 years, we converted about $700,000 away from Ascent in several hospitals in a hospital system just by using the clinically winning with the accuracy specs, 70 to 100% for reman. And then the green side of it, the medical waste, and of course, the first 8 to 9 months was Jeff, the sensor pickup guy, too. So which is not a current method to order reman sensors? I didn't know I had these audience response in here. Did you? Awesome. You put this in here for sales training. Woohoo! Okay, we got 12. Oh, I got to hit the button, don't I? There we go. Okay, we got 15. You're writing yours down? Okay. I'll get it. Matt, I'll get out my red pen. We only got 15 people awake? Bingo. Nice. Okay, so I'm going to talk about just UNM as a best practice, how we set this up, and just some of the situations that not only we encountered, but some of the solutions that we came up with. There's a lot of people in this room that have a lot of experience doing this. Chime in as you will. But first and foremost, now that the agreement's signed, now that we've put teeth into that co-op, we've converted some of that business. Now what do we do? Well, first and foremost, we wanted to do an OSUA, which is an oximetry sensor usage analysis. So we wanted to follow the sensor. We wanted to obtain specific efficiencies in certain units. The units that were telling us that they were recycling. We wanted to find out where they were recycling to, and then other units that didn't know they were recycling, we wanted to get them on board, as well as, you know, the high volume units like the ED, to make sure that everybody knew that we were on this program to make it viable. So Chris Koval and myself, among others, Charlie, we followed the sensor. We identified some of those practices as far as removal. I'll tell you some of what they were doing, which was not removing. And then it's important to identify champions in each unit for the program, because you're going to have people that will stand on the soapbox. They want to A, help the hospitals save money. They want to B, help keep the landfills clear, and really contribute. And you can take these. What I did was take the reports from Sensor Tech and pit units against each other. Oh, this unit contributed this many sensors, and they had this mini capture rate. This unit over here, the PICU, is doing really, really well. And they had so many buckets and so on and so forth. And you can really get a lot of buy-in to show that your program's viable. So just a couple of one-offs. We targeted the use, of course, units with disposable sensors, and we examined the output per bucket as far as their trending. The one thing that I was saying on the break about, I came to Covidien, we basically within 4 to 6 months, Charlie, implemented this. So I was kind of learning, OJT, learning on the job. One thing that this type of program really allowed me to walk anywhere in the hospital. So I didn't need appointments anymore, because when confronted, hey, where are you going? Who's your appointment with? Well, I'm just picking up sensors. It was.
It gave you the right to, right off the bat, gave you the right to go everywhere.
Well, and what we found out was there was a lot of units that thought that they were reprocessing and they thought they were contributing, and were almost offended when they found out that they weren't, because what they were doing is they were taking these sensors, they were even sending the sensors via intra-office mail. Yes, in like those little yellow envelopes that you sign, and then, Steve Allen in marketing, Jeff Reynolds in sales training, you send it. Yeah, there's sensors in there, right? I found, probably, I found in big, clear, white plastic bags, these bags of sensors that they had been thinking that they were going out to reprocessing. It's 27 buckets when I took them out of these bags. And what I presented to value analysis was $45,000 in savings, just sitting in their reprocessing or in their sterile processing that they weren't doing anything with. They were just sitting there for weeks, for months. The sterile processing manager was livid because all these sensors were just sitting around. And that really, once we identified that, what you want to do is put everybody on a one-for-one. So identify that unit. This is the ICU. If you have, a West dirty U, that's where that one goes. What have you? You definitely want to set up with those receiving guys, where those buckets go, so on and so forth. But initially, when you set this up, order 2 buckets per unit, because what's going to happen is they're going to get the 2 buckets. You're going to put the lids underneath them. That bucket's going to fill up. You're going to cap it and remove it, and now you still have a bucket. So don't just order one, because you guys go into your hospitals, you start these programs, or you've had programs started, and being a former nurse, Chaska, 2 weeks later, it's like, are we still doing that, or did we stop doing that, or what's going on, and so on and so forth. And that will eliminate some of that chatter just by having those extra buckets. So one of the other things that we did too is we met with every educator on every unit or pair of units, and we distributed flyers. You guys have seen them. It's the little Nellcor flyer with the gloved hand and the sensor going in the bucket. We distributed those to all units to really get buy-in from everybody. And we were instructed to report back to value analysis every month to make sure that, you know, this was going well, the capture rate was increasing, units were on board, so on and so forth. The reason that we took so much time and detail to put in to this hospital is it's $1.5 million in disposables. So there's a lot of value for us to not only conversion, but they wanted to make sure that it went well and they got the most amount of savings. So what we saw in over 18 months with this conversion, so we talked about converting and now they qualify for a different tiered pricing. So that's pretty much what happened here. They were already on a rebate co-op. So this was upside for us, but also upside for them. And so just in new sensors, what we found, there was a 15 to 21% reduction on eaches with over a ton in medical waste. They increased their participation program just through education. And then this was right at about the time we eliminated that direct order fee for remanufactured sensors. I calculated that in to their cost savings. So you're looking at cost on eaches for new sensors, medical waste, approximately 55 cents a pound. I also added in the cost for the pickup service. And so what we found in 18 months over what they would have spent was $583,000 that they saved. And we got to present this at their CEO meeting where they had 100 executive directors, and they really found value and more of a partnership with Covidien. So you really can not only make your number, but you can really solidify, you know, Eric and Steve and Rebecca talked about today, you know, anchoring against Massimo. This lady hates the Massimo rep. And she hates him just, I mean, not only because of his actions. She didn't. Yeah. But, I mean, she really likes us because of the customer service that we've delivered, and she really feels that we're clinically different. So. Yeah.
That contract, I mean, they just bought 29 Cat 20s, 17 BIS monitors. They've got like 6 INVOs, 400,000 in oximetry. I mean, every year this contract is rewritten. And it's amazing that success often looks like a lot of hard work. I mean, these programs are not easy to get up and running. There's tremendous amount of work, and the payoff has been fantastic.
Well, it's funny with this, you know, I come aboard and Charlie's like, oh, this is what we're going to do. And I'm like, okay, you know, and you know when somebody tells you their idea and in your head it sounds really, really, really good, and then you go to implement it and you have no clue how to do it. But during that 8 to 9 month process, I learned so much about this program and how to affect my business. And that's one thing that this is a great program for is you can really drive your business and drive your customer service and get your customers to be loyal just on not only this program, but just in you know, some of these methods. So targeting, I mean, I would definitely look at third-party reprocessors. I'll tell you, just from experience, you know, you look at materials managers, they want you to stay out of the ICU. They want you to sit there. If they're reprocessing, they want you to stay out of there because you're going to tell their clinicians that the reprocessed sensors fail, and you're going to spread the word, and that your sensors are more accurate, and so on and so forth. I'll give you a little side story. That was UNM when we went to convert Presbyterian. Purchasing was telling us that they didn't have out-of-the-box failures. And so I got the educators in 7 units to every single time they had an out-of-the-box failure, save that sensor and put it in a bag. And so 2 weeks later, I went over to supply chain, and he's like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. We don't have out-of-the-box failures. My Ascent guy is saying that everything's fine. And I dragged in this bag of sensors and said, nope. Said, nope, they're not. Yep. Yeah, and so the one thing that I will say that made it work and why we didn't get in trouble is I took the educator with me. I asked her, hey, you want accuracy specs in your ICU, we can deliver that. He's not gonna believe me. He's not, unless you come with me. She's like, sure, I'll come with you. So, I mean, we were able to convert that business as well, just by showing that this is really happening. This isn't cost savings. If you're taking the sensor out of the bag and it's not working, that's not cost savings. That's called failure. Okay.